Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindadalaya Taksham Mahavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaram Kandar Agom Vikamaniya Vishesha Shobha
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Asa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Panti Kayanti Jiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrasya
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham
Enter at your lotus feet. Ki Jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Kati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bhakati Sadma Bando Mui Sabadana Mate Bando Mui Sabadana Mate Yahara Prasade Bhai E Baba Tori Ay Tori Ay Yahara Prasade Bhai E Baba Tori Ay Baba Toriya Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Arana Koriyo Mane Acha Arana Koriyo Mane Acha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Ye prasade pure sarva acha Ye prasade pure sarva acha Takudano dilo ye janme janme Prabhu se Sakudano dilo ye janme Prabhu se Divya Gyani de Prakatito Divya Gyani de Prakatito Prema Bhakti Avite Abhijabe Nasayate Prema Bhakti Avite Abhijabe Nasayate Vede Gaya Racharito Vede Gaya Racharito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamata Narabandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamata Narabandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Ha Prabhu Kora Jaya Deho More Parachaya Ha Prabhu Kora Jaya Deho More Parachaya Hey Vyas Kusutre Bhuvana Hey Vyas Kusutre Bhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Ma Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivasecha Sanyavari Asechare Satarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Hari. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bolo, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod. Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravikacharya Asatara Sata Shishimad. His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravikacharya Asatara Sata Shishimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravikacharya Asatara Sata Shishimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Shri Mukunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Dham Ki Jai, Jamuna Maya Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Ki Jai, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Granthad Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai, Priya Madanga Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai, Transcendental Prasadam Distribution Ki Jai, Holy Disappearance Day of His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Ki Jai, Go Premanandi, Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana. Yashodanandana Brajajanaranjana. Jamunatira vanachari. Jamunatira vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Jayam Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajaka Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Vaishnav Vrinda ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnana Timirandascha Jana Jana Shalakaya Chakshulumitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Sri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Janabhutale Swayam Rupakadamayam Tadatit Swapatantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who is established within this material world, the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? Vansha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Vaishnav devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees and can fulfill the desires of everyone and are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar Pandit, Srivas Thakur, and all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I pray that Sri Sri Radhakalachandji, Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Gurudev use me as an instrument so that their message can flow through me to give me the words to serve the Vaishnavas listening. Today is Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, and we are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Creation, Chapter 16, How Parikshit Received the Age of Kali, Text 20. Padair nunyam sochasi maika padam, atmanam vavrishalai bokshamanam, aho suradhin rita yagna bagan, praja utaswin Maghavati avarsati. Vadai, by 3 legs, Nunam, diminished, Sochasi, if you are lamenting for that, Ma, my, Ekapadam, only 1 leg, Atmanam, own body, Va, or, Vishalai, by the unlawful meat eaters, Bokshyamanam, to be exploited, Aho, in sacrifice, Sura Adin, the authorized demigods, Ritya Yagna, devoid of sacrificial, Bhagan, share, Praja, the living beings, Uta, increasing, Swit, weather, Maghavati, in famine and scarcity, Arvasati, because of rainlessness. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. I have lost my 3 legs and am now standing on 1 only. Are you lamenting for my state of existence? Or are you in great anxiety because henceforward the unlawful meat eaters will exploit you? Or are you in a sorry plight because the demigods are now bereft of their share of sacrificial offerings because no sacrifices are being performed at present? Or are you grieving for living beings because of their sufferings due to famine and drought? Purport. With the progress of the age of Kali, 4 things particularly, namely the duration of life, mercy, the power of recollection, and moral and religious principles will gradually diminish. Since Dharma, or the principles of religion, would be lost in the proportion of 3 out of 4, the symbolic bull was standing on 1 leg only. When 3/4 of the population of the whole world become irreligious, the situation is converted into hell for the animals. In the age of Kali, godless civilization will create so many so-called religious societies in which the personality of Godhead will be directly or indirectly defied. And thus, faithless societies of humans will make the world uninhabitable for the saner section of people. There are gradations of human beings in terms of proportionate faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The first-class faithful persons are the Vaishnavas and the Brahmanas, then the Kshatriyas, then the Vaishyas, and then the Shudras, then the Mlechas, the Yamanas, and at last the Chandalas. The degradation of human instinct begins from the Mlechas, and the Chandala state of life is the last word in human degradation. All the above terms mentioned in the Vedic literatures are never meant for any particular birth, for any particular community or birth. They are a different qualification of human beings in general. There is no question of birthright or community. One can acquire the respective qualifications by one's own efforts, and thus the child of a Vaishnava can become a Mlecha, or the child of a Chandala can become more than a Brahmana, all in terms of their association and intimate relation with the Supreme Lord. The meat eaters are generally called Mlechas, but all meat eaters are not Mlechas. Those who accept meat in terms of scriptural injunctions are not Mlechas, but those who accept meat without restriction are called Mlechas. Beef is forbidden in the scriptures, and bulls and cows are offered special protection by the followers of the Vedas. But in this age of Kali, people will exploit the body of the bull and the cow as they like, and thus they will invite sufferings of various types. The people of this age will not perform any sacrifice. The Mlecha population will care very little for performances of sacrifices, although performance of sacrifice is essential for persons who are materially engaged in sense enjoyment. In the Bhagavad Gita 3:14 through 16, performance of sacrifices is strongly recommended. The living beings are created by the Creator Brahma, and just to maintain the created living being progressively towards the path back to Godhead, the system of performing sacrifice is also created by Him. The system that living beings live on the produce of grains and vegetables, and by eating such foodstuff, they get vital power of the body in the shape of blood and semen, and from blood and semen one living being is able to create other living beings. But the production of grains, grass, etc., becomes possible by rain, and this rain is made to shower properly by performance of recommended sacrifices. Such sacrifices are directed by the rites of the Vedas, namely Sama, Yajur, Rig, and Atharva. In the Manusmriti, it is recommended that by offerings of sacrifice on the altar of the fire, the sun god is pleased. When the sun god is pleased, he properly collects water from the sea, and thus sufficient clouds collect on the horizon and rains fall. After sufficient rains fall, there is sufficient production of grains for humans and all animals, and thus there is energy in the living being for progressive activity. The Mlechas, however, make plans to install slaughterhouses for killing bulls and cows, along with other animals, thinking that they will prosper by increasing the number of factories and live on animal food without caring for performance of sacrifices and production of grains. But they must know that even for the animals, they must produce grass and vegetables. Otherwise, the animals cannot live. And to produce grass for the animals, they require sufficient rains. Therefore, they have to depend ultimately on the mercy of the demigods, like the sun god, Indra and Chandra. And such demigods must be satisfied by performance of sacrifice. This material world is a sort of prison house, as we have several times mentioned. The demigods are servants of the Lord who see the proper upkeep of the prison house. These demigods want to see that the rebel living beings who want to survive faithlessly are gradually turned towards the supreme power of the Lord. Therefore, the system of offering sacrifice is recommended in the scriptures. The materialistic persons want to work hard and enjoy fruit of results for sense enjoyment. Thus, they are committing many types of sins at every step of life. Those, however, who are consciously engaged in devotional service of the Lord are transcendental to all varieties of sin and virtue. Their activities are free from the contamination of the three modes of material nature. For the devotees, there is no need for performance of prescribed sacrifices because the very life of the devotee is a symbol of sacrifice. But persons who are engaged in fruitive activities for sense enjoyment must perform the prescribed sacrifices because that is the only means to get free from the reaction of all sins committed by fruitive workers. Sacrifice is the means for counteracting such accumulated sins. The demigods are pleased when such sacrifices are performed, just as prison officers are satisfied when the prisoners are turned into obedient subjects. Lord Chaitanya, however, has recommended only one yajna, or sacrifice, called the Sankirtan Yajna, the chanting of Hare Krishna, in which everyone can take part. Thus, both devotees and fruitive workers can derive equal benefit from the performances of Sankirtan Yajna. Okay, so I lost my place. Hold on a second. Okay, so today is the disappearance day of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And we may not know so much about Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, we may know a lot. He is credited as the pioneer of the program for benedicting the entire world with Krishna consciousness by the instructions of Lord Chaitanya. He had a strong desire to fulfill Lord Chaitanya's mission of spreading Krishna's holy name in every town and village of every country of the world. He passed this desire on to his son, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who passed it on to Srila Prabhupada. So we can consider Bhaktivinoda Thakur as the grandfather of the ISKCON movement of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness, because everything that he learned and knew about Krishna, he passed on to his son, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who passed it on to his disciples, including Srila Prabhupada. And he was very particular about his sadhana. Right? He worked as a magistrate, and he had a family that he maintained and had so many responsibilities, and yet he made sure that he spent lots of time developing and deepening his relationship to Krishna. But not only that, he had a big passion and desire that everyone in the entire world can be engaged in chanting the holy names of Krishna. He has written over approximately 100 books and numerous articles discussing various aspects of Krishna consciousness and chanting. In one of his writings called Jiveta Daya, which means mercy to the living entities, he explains that the absolute necessity for a Vaishnava is to cultivate compassion for other living beings, and states that this is one of the most important qualities of a devotee. Indeed, every day we chant the prayers to other Vaishnavas, and that includes, all the Vaishnavas have compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. And we can see that completely embodied by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and how he lived his life. And then today's verse highlights the importance of practicing compassion to all living beings. And that includes everyone, not just humans, not just people that we know and love and other devotees, but every living being, including animals, plants, fish, bacteria. So we want to make sure that we're living in such a way that we're compassionate towards all living beings. Now, sometimes that can be very difficult, right? Like as when we step, we could be stepping on ants or other bugs or other, non-visible, minute living entities. We have bacteria that live inside of us, that live on our skin, and sometimes we can do things like certain foods that we eat can kill the bacteria. When we take antibiotics, we kill bacteria. So it's not always easy to live in such a way that we are non-violent at every moment. But we can work towards being compassionate at every moment. And then today's verse also states that, or in the purport, it states that mercy is one of the 4 main principles of religion. And that was one of the things that Bhaktivedanta Thakur also stressed. He states that mercy to the living entities is one of the main constituents of Vaishnava Dharma. It is the inherent nature of a Vaishnava to be kind to the jivas, or to the living souls. When this nature is not detected, one cannot become a Vaishnava, even if one has thousands upon thousands of other external symptoms. So we really have to work towards cultivating these qualities of compassion and mercy. So what is mercy? Mercy means the compassionate treatment of those in distress, especially when it is within one's power to punish or harm them. That's a little, we can understand the first part of the definition, right? Compassionate treatment of those in distress. And we can see, so much of the world is suffering, so many animals are suffering. We've got wildfires, which means that trees and all the living entities that live and subsist on trees in that particular area can die or be suffering. Fire is very painful. So we can see that there's so much distress in the material world. The second part says that having compassion towards those who it's within our power to punish or harm. And in most cases, we don't really have that power over other living entities. In the cases that we do, right, if we're a caretaker, so if we're taking care of someone as a parent takes care of a child, or later in life a child takes care of the parent, we can also see it in if you have pets, right? We have the ability to punish or harm pets, but we want to be merciful towards them, have compassion towards them. So that also goes to all animals, including livestock and, farm animals, right? So cows, pigs, chickens, and we see that to have mercy towards these animals can also mean to not eat these animals, to kill them needlessly. Srila Srila Prabhupada makes the distinction that not all meat eaters are mlechas, and not, but all, mlechas usually are meat eaters. So, and the distinction there is the sacrifice that's made, right? Is it controlled? What's the mood and temperament in that indulging in eating meat, right? Is it done as a sacrifice? Is it done for sense pleasure? So we really have to, again, take stock of why we're doing what we're doing. So then when we see that someone is suffering, we want to help them. And according to Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the instinct that arises from recognizing the suffering of a jiva or a living being, which produces tenderness in favor of that living being, of that jiva, is called daya, or kindness. We can also refer to that as compassion. We know that there are 3 kinds of sufferings, and according to, or there's 3 kinds of miseries. However, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur separates that into 3 kinds of sufferings. So there is the suffering of, he calls atmanishta, that's inflicted upon the soul. There is linga deha nishta, which is those sufferings inflicted upon the subtle body, like the mind, intelligence. And then the stula deha nishta, those inflicted upon the gross body. And then he goes on to say, illusion as a result of ignorance is known as atmanishta, right? So that is suffering inflicted upon the soul when we're in illusion, when we're living in maya, meaning living in illusion. It's suffering inflicted upon the soul. This is why Krishna dasya, or servitorship to Krishna, the inherent identification of the soul, is forgotten. So we're in this ignorance and in illusion, living in illusion, and we forgot our relationship to Krishna, which is servitorship. And this is the root of all suffering. So if we are feeling compassionate towards all of those that are suffering, we can say, okay, this person's suffering because, it could be suffering of the body, like they have some aches and pains, some medical conditions, so we can say, okay, we need to give them medical treatment, medicines that will help them with their bodily aches and pains. We can see that they may be suffering upon the subtle body, right? Like, so mental health, emotional health, and we can work on teaching them, ways to, and I've talked extensively about things like positive psychology, bringing in positive emotions into our mind and thinking of positive things, really working towards feeling good. And that's a way we can help someone with their sufferings inflicted upon the subtle body. But we want to get to the root cause. Even, one of my big things as I practice medicine as a physician is that I don't want to just treat symptoms, I want to treat the root cause of the disease. And so when we're talking about the root cause of suffering and wanting to treat the root cause of suffering, the root cause of suffering is that we're all in illusion and we've forgotten our relationship to Krishna, to God. And so if we want to act with compassion, the most effective way to act with compassion is to share the holy name with those that are suffering and to help them remember their relationship to Krishna. Because that is the root cause of all suffering, this forgetfulness. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, the jiva, the living being, who is inclined towards Krishna, or God, is eventually freed from all these tribulations and enjoys the bliss of performing those activities that are favorable to Krishna. The more they gain, the more they feel suffering at the distress of other afflicted jivas. They desire this. Why are other jivas or living entities mostly absorbed by all these problems? I will try to eradicate their threefold miseries. Even though it is not their business, they try to generate a taste within them for Krishna Nam. This is the specific nature of a Vaishnava. So as we realize our own relationship to Krishna, and we realize that forgetfulness of this relationship is the root cause of our suffering, and we start to feel that transcendental bliss and alleviation of our suffering, we start to feel compassionate and feel for those that are still suffering. So we naturally, as compassionate beings, want to help them. We want to help them achieve liberation and understand what their relationship is with Krishna. So this is what really distinguishes between a Brahmana and a Vaishnava. A Brahmana is going to be on that path of understanding their relationship to Krishna. They may be teaching a few others, but a Vaishnava is really dedicating their lives to alleviating the suffering of others. And this is how and why Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is the grandfather of the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. Because all of the writings that he has and all of the teachings that he has presented really elaborates how preaching is the essence. And when we, even in today's purport, Prabhupada really lays out how the living entities suffer, the different ways in which we can suffer, and how we see it happening in today's world, not just, something 5,000 years ago for the sake of writing the Srimad Bhagavatam or the Bhagavad Gita. This is things that are happening now. We see that cow slaughtering and mistreatment of the cows and bulls are happening now. We see that we have droughts and we have fires and we have all these things that are affecting our grain and produce. That's happening now, So let's look at this preaching as the essence. And Srimad in Bhagavad Gita 18:68 and 69, Krishna says, "For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end they will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than them, nor will there ever be one more dear." So Krishna is saying here that when we understand this supreme secret, right, this root cause of suffering for all living entities, and then we explain this root cause of suffering to other living entities and teach others about this, then Krishna guarantees that we will attain him, that our relationship to Krishna is always going to be available to us, right? So we can easily tap into that relationship to Krishna and understand who we are and pull ourselves out of the ignorance of the material world, the illusion that we are this body. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila chapter 9, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu calls, he makes a call for all of us to preach the message of Krishna consciousness. He says, distribute this Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. Let people eat these fruits and ultimately become free from old age and death. One who has taken birth as a human being should make their life successful and work for the benefit of all other people. It is the duty of every living being to perform welfare activities for the benefit of others with their life, wealth, and intelligence and words. By their work, thoughts, and words, an intelligent person must perform actions which will be beneficial for all living entities in this life and the next. So as followers of Lord Chaitanya, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Srila Prabhupada, we are duty-bound to share this message of Krishna consciousness. And we can do that by focusing on this feeling of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. And the best way to teach is by example. We have to preach by example. So, I often hear people say, well, I want my child to become Krishna conscious. I want my family to become Krishna conscious. Well, first we have to focus on our own Krishna consciousness. How are we chanting? Are we reading? How are we fostering our own feelings of compassion? What are we doing in terms of developing our own Krishna consciousness? Because people will look at what you do, right? They'll listen to what you say, but more importantly, they're listening to what you do. And so we want to make sure that we are walking the walk, not just talking the talk. And important in that is encouraging people where they are in their spiritual journey and not discouraging them by shoulding all over them or even ourselves, right? We can get really hard on myself, like, oh, I should chant my rounds right now, or I should read, or I should do some service, right? So we can should all over ourselves. Or we can also interact with someone that way. Oh, you should chant. Oh, you should do some service today, or and there's a lot of negative connotation with the word should, right? It's filled with like shame and guilt and obligation. It's not a fun word. If I'm like, oh, I should go to the park, it doesn't sound like a fun thing. But if I say I get to go to the park, or I'm going to the park, it's a more positive statement, even though they both are conveying the same message. Right? So if I say I should chant my rounds, there's this feeling of like obligation and duty and like I just have to do it, right? And if I don't, it's filled with shame. But if I feel like I get to chant my rounds, it's a privilege, it's an honor, something that I'm excited about doing. Again, the message conveyed is the same, it's just the feelings behind them are so different. And so we want to make sure that when we're encouraging someone, we understand where they are in their spiritual journey and that they are able to accept the instruction that we're giving. Now, if we're living by example, there is no question of trying to assess someone where they are, because we're doing our own thing. We're we're just doing our thing, and they can ask us about it or follow in our footsteps or imitate us if they want, or they'll just do their own thing, right? So we can see that. Like I've seen that, right? Like I see someone who is discussing Krishna consciousness. Let's take for example Giriraj Swami. He's gives such great classes. He has written a few books, right? And so he's never directly come to me and said, oh, you should do this and you should do that. But just by watching the way he is and how he interacts with people and the accomplishments he's had, I feel motivated and inspired to accomplish similar things, like write a book or, give inspirational classes as he does, right? So we can see that just by example, we can encourage so many people. We can also talk to people about Krishna consciousness, right? We can talk to them. If they have questions, we can answer it. We also want to make sure when we're talking to them, we're not going to drive them away or push them away, right? So in Bhagavad Gita 3:26, it says, so as to not disrupt the minds of ignorant persons attached to fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, one should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. So we can understand that if someone's, working and they're doing something that doesn't necessarily seem like it's related to realizing our relationship to Krishna, Krishna consciousness, we can help them to understand how they can combine that, right? So when Srila Prabhupada was talking to George Harrison had this desire of like, oh, maybe I should stop singing and devote my life to Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada could see that he's probably not ready for that level of engagement. So why don't we, Prabhupada was thinking, why don't we take his talents and engage those talents in furthering Krishna consciousness? And we've gotten such beautiful songs from George Harrison, like, I don't know the name of the song, but it's I Really Want to See You. I guess that might be the name of the song. And he's got such wonderful songs, right? He sings Hare Krishna in some of his songs that have become popular, that were popular back in those days. So we can see that we can encourage people in their own particular activities, and so that they can gradually develop their relationship to Krishna consciousness at their level, and then they don't get scared off and run away. We have to realize that we also have to do that for ourselves, right? If we try to jump in and in this all or nothing mentality, jump in day one, chanting 16 rounds, eating only prasadam, reading from Srila Prabhupada's books, doing service all day long. I mean, we'll probably, burn out in a couple of days because we're not ready for that level of, diving into the deep end. Some people are, but most of us are not, right? We can see that if we look at the activities of some senior disciples of Srila Prabhupada, they definitely did that. My spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami, definitely jumped into the deep end, just without a second thought, right? Like, they jumped in, right? Like, from day one, they did all the activities. But most of us don't have that kind of empowerment, most of us don't have that kind of strength to do that. And if we do, we may fall away just as quickly as we jumped in. So we want to make sure that we're engaging our own selves as much as we, where we are in our journey, and slowly pushing ourselves beyond where we are, right? Pushing ourselves a little bit past our comfort zone so that we can continue to grow in our journey of developing our love for Krishna consciousness. So one of the ways that we develop this love for Krishna consciousness is chanting japa, chanting the holy names of Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And both Srila Prabhupada in today's purport, as well as Bhaktivedanta Thakur, have stressed that this is the sacrifice, the yajna of the age of Kali, of the time of right now, right? Everyone can equally derive benefit from performing Sankirtan Yajna, which is chanting of the holy names. Every morning, if you come to the morning program and you chant japa, with the other devotees in the temple room, before we start chanting, we recite the 10 offenses to avoid while chanting the holy names. And it's actually thanks to Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur, who outlined these 10 offenses in the way that we have it presented to us. I wouldn't say he's the one that made them or came up with them. He collected the information, looking through all of the scriptures and reading through, what do they call, like the words slips me. But when they analyze, study books that are written to analyze the scriptures, right? Like by Srila Rupa Goswami. So he's read all the the Vedas, the scriptures, and he's read analysis of the scriptures, and he came and he put together this list of the offenses to avoid while chanting. So we have so many things that we have for our Krishna consciousness, the way that we practice in developing our love for Krishna are thanks to Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. As a matter of fact, as I was looking up, reading more about Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur, and I came across some of his writings, and I was starting to read them, I can see that Srila Prabhupada was influenced by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur's analysis of the scriptures. And so many, just in today's purport itself, reads like so many of the writings that I came across from Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. So we can see that he's had, that's why we can consider him the grandfather of ISKCON, of our movement of developing Krishna consciousness, because he had such a profound influence on his son, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who then influenced Srila Prabhupada. One of the 10 offenses that we want to make sure that we avoid is to give instructions on the holy name to those who lack faith. And that's what we've been talking about, right? That we want to make sure that we are encouraging people where they are and not pushing them more than they are ready for. Because when we do that, then we can discourage them and they can back away completely. So there are many ways that we can preach, and we have to do it according to our skills, talent, and availability. We can also only preach as much as we've realized ourselves, right? It's hard for me to tell someone to chant 16 rounds with full attention when I'm still struggling with that. But I can preach according to the struggles that I have and some of the solutions that I've found to overcome my particular struggles, because chances are the struggles that I have, other people are also having those same struggles. And my solutions may or may not work for them, right? So if I share those struggles, share those vulnerabilities, then they can benefit from that. And that's another way of practicing compassion. You know, we are very reluctant to share our struggles because it can make us feel very vulnerable. It can make us feel very weak. We can feel like we can be judged, right? But it also is an expression of compassion, because as I share my struggles, I know that someone else can learn and share in that story, that I can, you know, and be inspired by that story. And that can only happen if I am compassionate enough to share. So when we're worried about, you know, like if I share this story of my struggles to chant 60 rounds and I'll be judged, then I'm really more caring more about my comfort and how I'll feel and what's going to happen to me, rather than just allowing myself to be vulnerable and then understanding that someone else can benefit from that message, even though I may gain some negative repercussions, negative, you know, consequences. Someone out there may have some positive consequences. And I didn't write it down, but one of the readings I came across that Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur felt that if even one person was inspired and changed the way they lived their life to develop their love for Krishna by his teachings, by his sharing his work, by his life's work, just even one person, he would have felt his entire life's mission to be fulfilled, right? And so we can feel that way too, and we can see that he's had so much more than just one person, right? Because even if it was just one person, that one person was, one of those one persons was Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who influenced one other person. One of those persons that he influenced was Srila Prabhupada, right? So it's like we never know who that one person is and what level of influence they can have on everyone else. And in that way, right, like that is our goal, is to share this message of Krishna consciousness with everyone, because we don't know who that one person is that's just going to take up this process of chanting and developing their love for Krishna, and then really take it upon themselves to spread this love of Krishna consciousness. And how far will they go? So, you know, even if we don't do it ourselves, but we somehow influence that one person, we get that credit, right? It's not all about credit, but sometimes it's good feeling of fulfillment to know that we can have that level of influence. You know, we just need to find that one person. Sometimes we have to, you know, dig very deep, or, you know, rub a lot of pieces of coal before that diamond shines itself, right? In terms of dating, right, there's this saying that you have to kiss a lot of frogs until you find your prince. But it's that same concept, right, where you might have to talk to a lot of people until we find that one person that's going to make a big difference. So we have to really look at what is our way of talking and influencing that one person. Some people are really good at talking to strangers, right? They're really good at book distribution, and they can go up to a stranger, kind of size them up, and not just that, but really like surrender themselves to Krishna and allow Krishna's message to flow through them to, say the right words to open this person's heart and for them to get a book, right? Some people are really good at that. Some people are good singers, as we talked about. Some people are good musicians. Some people are really great artists. They can draw beautiful pictures of Krishna and his pastimes. Like if we look around the temple room, we have all of these paintings done by B.G. Sharma, who's really like famous artist for painting Krishna's pastimes. And it's very distinct, like his painting style is very distinct, that we can tell when we come across one of his paintings that this is one of B.G. Sharma's paintings. And so many of his paintings are depicting the pastimes of Krishna. So we can see that he used his skills and talents to preach. And when we look at these paintings, we feel, that we're transported to that particular pastime of Krishna, right? Like you look over to Krishna lifting Govardhan hill and you think, oh, wow, you think automatically of that whole pastime just by looking at this beautiful painting, right? So that was his way of preaching and helping us develop our love for Krishna. So, we can figure out what it is that we can offer, what service can we do for Krishna that will both keep us in a blissful mood because it's something that, we're good at, it feels good for us to do, it helps others, and then it also serves Krishna, right? So, one of the things that with me, like I'm a physician, and when I was working at the clinic, I didn't feel that connection of really helping people to even heal their bodies, what to speak of their mind and their souls, right? And that's really my drive is, yes, we need to heal our body because, if we don't have a healthy body, it's harder to engage in service, right? It's harder to engage. It's not impossible, it's just more difficult. And the material world is already filled with so much suffering and misery and difficulties that we want to alleviate as much of that as we can to keep our path to Krishna as clear as possible. Yes, we have to, clear up some of those weeds ourselves, and that comes from our own growth. But we can also be guided on how to do it, right? Like if you're hiking across in the forest and you may have like a machete to clear the forest, but if someone's there guiding you, oh, like, here, clear this path on this side because they can see it better, and you're busy chopping away. So, working together, you're both making a little bit of progress. And so that's what preaching is like. One person is chopping, the branches and trees so that the other person is looking through and saying, okay, this is the best path. And even as someone who's guiding, like someone like a spiritual master or teacher, as they're guiding, they're still making advancement because we can see that the highest quality is compassion, and that compassion is exemplified by teaching to others, by guiding others. So just by guiding and teaching and influencing, we are making advancement as we help others make advancement. So it's a, learn as you teach type program, right? So the more you teach, the more you learn, and the more you advance. So then as a physician, I didn't feel that I was given that opportunity to guide, because that's not how healthcare works, the current healthcare system. And, this tie between our physical health, and it's so tied into our mental and emotional health, that can really make an impact on our spiritual health and our soul itself. Can we learn about, and improve our soul, right? Our relationship to Krishna without addressing our mental and physical and spiritual and mental, emotional, and physical health? Of course we can. Just like I said, it makes it harder, right? If we're dealing with so much trauma and emotions in our life that are preventing us from really diving in deep, or we have fears that we're letting guide us instead of love, right? So the opposite of fear is not really necessarily courage, it's love. And so we can act from a place of fear, or we can act from a place of love. And to act from a place of love is to act in Krishna consciousness. That's what true love is, right? It's our love for God. It's unconditional. His love for us is unconditional. And so we want to live our lives in such a way that that's what guides us. But when we live in fear, or living in such a way that fear guides us, that's where we have to really work on our emotions and feeling, more settled, that we don't have to have that fear. We can live in faith and live in love. So, that I feel is my mission in fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's mission and Bhaktivinoda Thakur's mission, is to help people integrate the living of physical health, the mental health, emotional health, with the spiritual health, to integrate Krishna into everything that we do, including the steps that we take to live a healthy lifestyle. So I will end here, and there's no one to ask any questions, but hopefully we have a really nice celebration scheduled for Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and that I hope that my meager little words of glorifying him were well received, and I did my best to honor him. So, Hare Krishna. Dharantara Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Pranapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Veera Dhira Jana Priram Tau Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Prabhu Premamritam Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priya Priya Karo Nemar Karamu Pujitau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhuvi Bhuva Bhara Tarakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Jiva Gopalakau Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujugo Sri Gopalakau Krishna Kirtana Gana Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Param Prema Metamani Veera Veera Jana Priya Priya Karo Nirma Pujitam Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 25th Chapter, Text number 17, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on November 17th, 1974, in Bombay, India.
Tata Purusha Atmanam Kevalam Prakite Param Nirantaram Sayanga Jyoti Animanam Akhanditam. This is self-realization. Self-realization means to see one's proper identity. At the present moment, we are not finding out our proper identity. We are saying to the body, I see you, your body, and you see me, my body. We have no vision of the real person who is occupying this body. That is the first lesson we get from Bhagavad Gita. Dehi nasmin jatha dehi. Dehi, this body is called Deha, and the owner of the body is called Dehi. Dehi nasmin jatha dehi kaumarajo onam jara tatha dehantara prapi. So, when we can see that we are not this body, I am not this body, that is beginning of self-realization. That is called Brahma Bhuta stage. Aham Brahmasmi. I am not this material body. Aham Brahmasmi. This is self-realization. So, what is the identification of the jiva, of the soul? Very minute. Animanam, very, very minute, infinitesimal. God is infinite and we are infinitesimal, very small particle. That's like sun. Sun is very big, but the sunshine, it is a combination of very minute, bright particles, atoms. Everyone knows. It is a combination of, dazzling, bright. Similarly, we are also a small, bright particle. The same quality. Sayanga Jyoti. Just like God or Brahma is Jyoti, we are also Jyoti. But Brahma is all-pervading, infinite. We are Animanam. The Mayavadi theory is that at the present moment I am the same. Their theory is Ghatakas Patakas. Just like in a ghat or in a pot, there is within the pot there is sky, and outside the pot there is sky. So the separation is due to the wall of the pot. When the wall is broken, then the inside sky and the outside sky become one. This is Mayavada theory. Therefore, here it is said, Akhanditam. Akhanditam means not that the sky within the pot is fragmented from the whole sky. That cannot be. In the Bhagavad Gita also it is said, Achchedayam, Achchedda. It cannot be cut into pieces. Akhandi. That means it is minute perpetually, eternally. Mamaivangsa jiva bhuto jiva loke sanatana. Sanatana means eternally. We are small. Anu, Animanam, and God or Krishna is Vibhu. God is great. Means nobody is equal to him, nobody is greater than him. That is greatness. God is great, but we say God is great, but we do not know how great He is. He is so great that millions of universes are coming from the holes of His body. Jasaika nishasita kalamathavalamba jivanti loma vilaja jagadannanatha Vishnu mahanasa yajasya kalabhiseshu govindamadi purisam tamaham bhajami. Millions of universes are coming from the breathing of Mahavishnu. So that is a little idea of the greatness of God, Krishna. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Athava bahunaitena kingyatena thavarjuna Vishtabhyam aham Krishnam ekangasena sthito jagat. This jagat, this material world, is situated on the strength of one part of me. So, this is self-realization. We must understand our position. In the Puranas also, our minute particle identification, what is that? 1/10,000 part of the top of the hair. We cannot see even the top of the hair. That you divide. Kesha agra, the front portion of the hair. Kesha agra satobhagas. You divide into 100 parts. Satadha kalpitasya cha. Again take one part and divide into 100 parts. That is the dimension of the jiva. That small particle is there within the ant, the microbic germ, and that part is within the elephant. Jiva Bhuta Mahava. That is the dimension. So self-realization means one must know his identity. That identity, that small particle is there within me, within you. Dehi nasmin jatat dehi. Dehi is within, the there. But because it is so small with our material eyes, it is not possible to see. There is no such instrument that you can find out. Therefore, on account of our inability to find it out, we say it is nirakar. Because we cannot calculate what is the akar, what is the dimension. But the akar is there. The living entity has got full akar. If you have studied the small microbes, sometimes I see at night when I work, a small insect, just like a full stop. It is walking. That means the whole physiological combination and anatomy physiology is there. But you cannot see just like a full stop. So within that there is the soul. And within the elephant or big animal, there is also the soul. The soul is there. Asmin dehi, dehi nasmin jatha dehi. That is there. So when we actually realize what we are, Brahmanubhuti, then our life is successful. Now we are identifying with this body. So long we are identifying with this body, we are no better than the cats and dogs. Whatever knowledge you may have, scientific knowledge, if you do not know yourself, then you are nothing but the animal. The animal does not know. Jasyātu buddhi kunape tridhātuke. If somebody considers that this body I am self, identify. I am Indian, I am American, I am Brahman, I am Khatri, I am man, I am woman, I am elephant, and so on. So, this kind of identification, Jasyātma buddhi, kunape tridhatuke. Kunape means this is a bag made of kapha pitta vayu. Tridhatu. Jasyatu buddhi kunape tridhatuke sadhik kalatra disubhoma ijjadi. And thinking that in bodily relationship, I am thinking he is my own man or relative. Jasyatu buddhi kunapeti dhatuke sadhik kalatradishu. Kalatra means because they have intimate relation with woman and offspring, children born of her, so kalatradishu. And bhoma ijjadhi, and the land as ijja. Ijja means worshipable. Nowadays it is very prominent. I heard that for land there was a fight in somewhere near. So that is going on, nation to nation, community to community. So bhoma ijjati. They are thinking this land is mine. The land of my birth is mine. We have seen there was fight between Hindu and Muslim during partition days. This is my Pakistan, this is my Hindustan. So, bhoma ijjati. Jasyatu buddhi kunapeti dhatuki sadhik kalatradishu bhoma ijjati. Jat tirtha buddhi salile. Now we go to Tirthasthan, we go to Haridwar and Vrindavan and other nice holy places, and the Christian go to Jordan. So, Jerusalem, they take bath in the Jordan. So, Jat tirtha buddhi salile. Salile means water. Jasyatu buddhi kunapeti dhatuke jat tirtha buddhi salile. Na kareti janeshu abhigneshu. But have no interest to understand his identification, spiritual identification from the Acharya. Janeshu abhigneshu. Abhigya means one who knows. Acharya. Tad vijnanatham sa gurumeva abhigachet. This is the basic instruction. To understand your spiritual identity, you must find out a proper guru. Tad vijnanatham sa gurumeva abhigachet. So he has no such knowledge. Acharyaman purusha veda. So he has no knowledge. This is superficial. So saeva gokhara. Such person is no better than the cows and the asses. Means animal. So this is self-realization. When one understands that I am not this body, I am minute particle of the Supreme. Krishna says, everything is said that, we have to realize it. Krishna says, Mami Vamsa. Although Angsa and Angshi, the whole and the part is never equal to the whole. That is axiomatic truth. But it is equal in quality. Just like little particle of gold is also gold. It is nothing but else. Similarly, although you are part and parcel of Krishna, very minute, infinitesimal, animanam, perpetually, eternally, still we are not as big as Krishna. Just like small particle of this sea water, the chemical composition is the same. You will find the same taste. And if you analyze, you will find all the same ingredients, chemicals within the small particle. But the small particle is never equal to the sea, small particle of the water. This is it. If I think, because I am qualitatively one with God, therefore I have become God, that is mistake. That is abhishuddha buddhaya. They have been described in the Shastras as abhishuddha, unclean intelligence. Unclean intelligence. Jennero bindakha vimukta manina. Some Mayavadi philosophers think that I am the same. Soham. Soham does not mean that I am equal to God. Nobody can be equal to God or greater than God. That is not God. Krishna says in the Bhagavad, Matta parataram nanyat kinchit asti dhananjaya. So nobody can be greater than God or equal to God. That means greatness of God. Asama urdha. Asama means nobody is equal to him. And nobody is greater than him. That is God. If somebody claims to be God, then he has to prove that nobody is equal to him and nobody is greater than him. Then he is God. This is the simple definition of God. That nobody equal to him and nobody greater than him. That is Krishna. Krishna says that Matta parataram nanya kinchit asti dhananjaya. My dear Dhananjaya, there is no more superior authority than me. And in the Brahma Samhita, it is said, Ishara Parama Krishna. Ishara means controller. So we small living entities, very minute, still we are controller. We control, at least we control our family members, my wife, my children, or if I am bigger, I control my office, or I control my factory, I control the country, I become president. In this way, controller, bigger controller, go to the Brahma, the controller of the universe. But he is also not supreme controller. It is said, Brahma is meditating. Although he is the greatest creature, living creature within this universe,
Babu, Babu, out.
So Hare Krishna. We're going to start doing the readings on the final instructions of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshara Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupaha Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vancha Kalpa Turubhischa Kripasindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pisthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Paschati Deshutarine Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivas Adigora Bhaktabinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jai Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's disappearance festival ki Jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Tir Bhav Mahatiti ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. So today we're reading from the final instructions of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. I'm just going to read the translations because there are 13 verses, and I want to see if we can finish by the time it's offering time for the Bhoga. So these are the last instructions of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and found in his writing called Swaniyama Dasakam. Swaniyama Dasakam. And these are, he describes it as the 12 verses of my own self-imposed regulative principles. So the first verse, he says that he describes the objects of devotion, birth after birth. So there he says, no matter whenever and wherever I happen to take birth, let my loving affection and attachment remain unshaken throughout each and every lifetime for the following things. 1, for my divine spiritual master. 2, for Sri Gauranga. 3, for the detailed topics of pure devotional service and the methods of its execution as personally instructed by him. 4, for the holy places of pilgrimage such as Sri Navadvipa, Sri Kshetra, Sri Vrindavan, etc., which are all blooming with divine sanctity due to his performance of wonderful pastimes therein. 5, for the Diksha mantra bestowed upon me by the divine grace of my spiritual master. 6, for the holy name of Sri Hari. 7, for the most beloved eternal associates of the Lord. 8, for the sacred days of celebration throughout the year, such as Sri Ekadashi, Sri Janamastami, Sri Radhastami, and the appearance, disappearance days of the great Vaishnava Acharyas. Next, for the Lord's dearmost devotees who strictly follow in the sacred footsteps of Sri Rupa Goswami. Next, and for the holy scriptures narrated by Srila Shukadev Goswami, such as the Srimad Bhagavatam. So Then in the second verse he says that he describes the internal identity of Lord Chaitanya, the eternal guide. Then he says, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is the personified abode of all divinely ecstatic mellow tastes. And Sri Radhika is the topmost abode of all of his divinely potent energies. Indeed, she is the personified form of the highest mellow of love in separation. Within the forest or Brinda, which is gloriously rich in the all-pervading treasure of the sweetest Madhuri Rasa, this Lord Sri Krishna is continuously enjoying as he makes Sri Radhika happy by his loving service rendered to her 24 hours a day. This is amazing. Rendered service 24 hours a day. This very same Lord Krishna is exactly identical to the son of Mother Shachi, who eternally lives simultaneously yet separately in Godadesha as the instructor of the process for rendering his own service. May this Shachi Nandana become my supreme master and guide, and may he always appear to me just to lead me on the proper devotional path, birth after birth after birth. And then in the third verse, he describes the verse as rejection of things unfavorable for Sri Radha Krishna's eternal service. And he says, let no form of so-called renunciation or asceticism become fit for my acceptance, if it does not give rise to the continual expansion of my eternal serving mood of loving devotion. And let no form of so-called knowledge or intellectual cultivation appeal to me at all if it does not admit the reality of eternal individuality shared by the Lord and his devotees during their everlasting daily pastimes. So it's a very good point here, that whenever we're living our lives in Krishna consciousness, everything is actually a pastime of the Lord. And so we have to actually always be very, very mindful that we're always with the Lord, and it is the Lord who is conducting the affairs of our lives in a way that will allow us to get closer and closer to Him, because He loves us so much. He wants us always to be very, very close to Him. And so all the arrangements He makes, whether they seem auspicious or inauspicious, they're all designed for this purpose. I have no desire at all for practicing any branch of the eightfold yoga process, for none of them contain any scope for enjoying the daily pleasure of serving Lord Hari, such as his confidential worship does. Rather, may I render profuse, uninterrupted, confidential service 24 hours a day to Shri Shri Radha Krishna for all of time to come, such service being the means as well as the end. This is so important to know, that we're so very fortunate that Srila Prabhupada gave us a process that is simultaneously the means and the end. It is our purpose eternally to always serve the supremely attractive couple, Shri Shri Radha Krishna in union, and Shri Shri Gaurnitai, the Panchatattva, in separation. And so everything we do in our lives, even when we're sleeping and resting, should only be for the purpose of serving, so that way we're always serving 24 hours a day. In the 4th verse, he describes where to live and where not to live. So nice. I just remember this morning when I walked in, Jai Gauranga Prabhu was telling me about something that Visheshika Prabhu had said. And he said, Visheshika Prabhu said that no one tops the Thakur. No one tops the Thakur. He's the greatest, just the greatest. And you can see from these writings how deep the sentiments are of developing and furthering our love for Krishna and his associates. So there he says, where to live and where not to live. May I continuously reside in a small, lonely cottage at the base of a desire tree in the most holy abode of Sri Navadvipa Dhama, which is sanctified by the lotus feet of Sri Sachinandana. Such a bhajan kutir is perfectly suitable for constant remembrance of and service to the divine daily sports that are always present in Sri Brajadhama. This reminds me of a statement that Radharani makes, and that is that service in separation is more pleasurable than service in union. So when you're in Mayapur Navadvip Dham, it's not that we are separated in our love for the Supreme Lord. In fact, it's described here that the service of the divine daily sports are always present there. Indeed, in contrast to this, I will never live in any other place, even if it is bankered with great enthusiasm by the most wise sages and demigods of all sorts. He says again, indeed, in contrast to this, I will never live in any other place, even if it is bankered for with great enthusiasm by the most wise sages and demigods of all sorts. As far as all other places in this world are concerned, whether opulent palaces or temples, whether possessing vast riches of enormous wealth, or princely kingdoms and property, all such places cannot attract me as much as my modest bhajan kutir in Sri Sri Navadvipa Dhama does. How amazing is that statement? And then in the 5th verse, he describes the real principle of dharma, which is devoid of designations. It says, I have no attachment at all to any of those caste divisions of society, such as Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Shudra. And I certainly do not identify with any order of life, such as Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, or Sannyasa. I have no fondness or respect at all for the so-called piety of religiosity, or even for the so-called impiety of sinful life. Instead, I truly desire whatever is practically required just to maintain this material body in order to facilitate my performance of pure devotional service. This is the actual righteousness that I will hope for as long as this material body continues to exist. Srila Prabhupada describes in a very nice verse that the meaning of Krishna consciousness is to be always with Krishna on that spiritual planet, Golok Vrindavan, and one is simply waiting to give up one's material body. So here it says something very similar. Then in the 6th verse he says, favorable, authorized practices, and devotional qualities. So 3 things. Those things that are favorable and simultaneously authorized practices, and of course, devotional qualities. So he says, my austere vow is constant devotion to the lotus feet of Sri Hari. In order to execute that vow, I have accepted the following qualities by my own endeavor, which means that he has accepted these sincerely as things that he really wants in his life. He says, I practice great humility in my dealings with everyone. What a nice statement, huh? Humility with everyone. Very hard thing to do. Then he says, I try to keep simplicity and purity prominent in all of my practical arrangements. Simplicity and purity. Then he says, I maintain extreme tolerance in all types of favorable or unfavorable circumstances. That's so difficult, to be always extremely tolerant in all types of favorable or unfavorable circumstances. Then he says, I offer all respect unto others, regardless of who they are. Wow. Then he says, I feel genuine compassion for all living entities and act accordingly. There are many transcendental activities which are recommended by the great devotees who are fixed up in unalloyed devotional service to the lotus feet of Sriman Mahaprabhu. And these can be found described in the books that are full of the imperishable character and pastimes of Mahaprabhu. Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Only such transcendently nectarian activities being recommended by great devotees and practiced by Lord Chaitanya himself are indeed my own. How nice. Because we always say that everything we do should be confirmed by Guru, Sadhu, and Sastra. So he's seeing that not just that the transcendentally nectarian activities are recommended by these great devotees, but they're also practiced by Lord Chaitanya himself. Once I had heard from a devotee, a wonderful devotee, that we are asked if we can emulate some devotee, follow some devotee in Vrindavan, that we try to study the devotees of Vrindavan and follow them like that. And so he was saying that Lord Chaitanya himself is a devotee of Krishna. If we follow Lord Chaitanya in terms of his mood, his life, his teachings, and here Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes what he does practically, then we fulfill that instruction that is given to us by the Acharyas. And then in the 7th verse, he talks about repulsion. Repulsion, very strong word. Repulsion from those things which are disconnected from Sri Radhika. We are Gaudiya Vaishnavas. There he says, I have no attraction for living in Vaikuntha, that part of the spiritual sky presided over by Sri Sri Lakshmi Narayana. Nor do I desire useless activities of gross senses, of the gross senses. Actually, this sentence is a little broken, so I'll read again because I can see how the sentence comes together. It says, nor do I desire useless activities of gross sense gratification in this material world. I will never cherish the desire for attaining the divine bliss of impersonalistic liberation, even for a second. Furthermore, there are many transcendental pastimes of Sri Hari that may be very purifying for all conditioned souls. Yet, such pastimes will never give me any real happiness at all. Then he explains, this is because such pastimes are quite different from the blissful ecstasies of Braja consciousness, being completely devoid of any relationship with Sri Radhika, who is the one and only fountainhead of pure joy. The one and only fountainhead of pure joy. How amazing is that? And then in the 8th verse, he describes renunciation of all kinds of bad association. There he describes, I now disown my wife, my daughters, my sons, my mother, and all my friends. He's going to describe this. If they have no genuine attachment for Lord Hari, for his devotees, for his devotional service. It is definitely a great sin even to accept food grains prepared by such non-devotional, materialistic sense gratifiers. If I were to remain in the company of such persons, then how will the eternal perfection of my Hari Bhajan ever come about? Then in the 9th verse, he describes the 9th verse as avoidance of so-called devotees who proudly neglect Sri Radhika. There are certain persons who appear to be very advanced in devotion. Indeed, to increase their service to the Lord, they have long since rejected the evil company of those who are completely blinded by faulty arguments arising from so-called intellectual logic. Those who are madly addicted to the fleeting pleasures of the dull material body. Those who are averse and envious of Lord Sri Krishna. And those who are very fond of the inferior, distasteful concept of liberation, as it is characterized and as it is cherished by the impersonalists. They have thus favorably avoided all kinds of bad association. Yet, it is seen that such persons worship Lord Govinda without Srimati Radharani being present. This just shows that they are actually puffed up with excessive pride and conceited arrogance directed against Sri Radhika, who is herself the best worshipper of Govinda. Therefore, I will never ever go anywhere near such so-called devotees, even for a second. This is my strict vow. So these are his final instructions, so you can see how he's really coming and telling us about the essence. Then the 10th verse. He describes the 10th verse is how to live simply and perform Braja Bhajana until death. He says, passing my life in a simple, practical way, eating only prasada, food grains, and milk products, the remnants of the Supreme Lord, His mercy, wearing only prasada cloth that was offered to the deity, using only the pots and utensils sanctified by the Lord's exclusive service, I will thus remain completely aloof from material sense gratification. Living by the side of Sri Radhakunda, her very own abode, meaning Radharani's very own abode, worshipping the divine couple with a blissful mind, the time will come for my body to die. At the soles of the devotees' lotus feet, who are themselves serving the lotus feet of the divine couple, I will thus give up my body. Then he says in the 11th verse, which he titles, How to Worship the Lotus Feet of Sri Radhika's Pure Devotee. He describes further, there is a class of pure devotee who is completely expert and experienced in following all the instructions of Sri Shachinandana. Such a devotee incessantly worships Srimati Radharani exclusively, who is indeed the most worshipable personality, and who is deeply absorbed every day in relishing the divine mellows of Sri Krishna's association. The pure devotee of this caliber definitely performs his confidential worship wholeheartedly and with exclusive surrender unto Sri Krishna, unto Sri Radhika. Thus, he always lives in Sri Brajamandala. I shall take the nectarian water that has washed the lotus feet of such a devotee and carry it on my head. Drinking it with great joy and with a devout heart, I will then happily offer my full prostration upon the ground in the nicest, most perfect way that I possibly can. This will indeed be my routine each and every day. And then in the 12th verse, which he titles, Firm Determination to Transcend Maya by Daily Following this Stava, means this set of verses. He describes further, as a spirit soul, my natural tendency is to be eternally situated in the loving devotional service of Lord Hari. However, due to the strong power and influence of the Lord's Mahamaya, I have somehow plunged deeply into the fathomless ocean of material sorrow and grief. I shall transcend this world of Maya and go to the spiritual world only by faithfully following these self-imposed vows every day. And the only way I will get the strength to follow these vows is by attaining the mercy of all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. All the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. May their causeless mercy and soft-hearted compassion, which wards off all illusion, become my exclusive friend and guide for all of time, everlasting. And then he writes the 13th verse, and he describes the verse as Phalashruti, the benediction of eternal service gained by reading this stava. Reading means reading and hearing. He says, this stava, named Swaniyam Dwadasakam, means it's a 12-verse stava, was written by someone to adjust and regulate his own personal mode of performing bhajan. If any other devotee happens to chant this stava with a very special quality of resolute faith, fully offering his mind unto the supreme beautiful forms of the divine couple, Sri Sri Radha Govinda, his most dear possession, or to the divine beauty of their deity form, or to the beauty of Sri Gaurasundara, the combined form of Sri Radha Govinda, or to Srila Rupa Goswami, the dear most beloved devotee of Sri Radha Govinda and Sri Gaurasundara, then that fortunate reader definitely attains his own place of eternal residence in Sri Brajadhama, always following behind his own Manjari Guru, spiritual master, in his own spiritual body of Manjari. He finally renders all kinds of variegated eternal services for the exclusive worship of Sri Sri Radha Krishna. Thus ends the Swa Niyama Dwadasakam. And then he says, it says Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, his last writing. How wonderful was that? So wonderful. So today is the holy disappearance of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Satchidanand Thakur, Srila Bhaktivinoda. And it is described that when we celebrate the disappearance of any great personalities, then we should understand that that is the day we recommit ourselves to the mission of the spiritual master, in our case, to the mission also of Srila Prabhupada, the mission of Srila Rupa Goswami, the mission of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. We recommit ourselves. We say on that day, I will henceforth make a greater effort to be absorbed in Shri Golokara Premadhana, Shri Harinam Sankirtan. And as the word Sankirtan describes, to actually spread that mission, because all living entities deserve to be happy. They all deserve the love of Sri Krishna and his associates. The love of Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu and his associates. They all deserve, because they're all his children. And that is Lord Krishna's greatest desire. That is Gauranga Mahaprabhu's greatest desire. That all my children will not just be happy, but happier than me. We notice this amongst our own parents here in this world. That the mark of a good parent is that the parent wants that their children do better than they did in their lives. They feel very satisfied when they see their children doing better than they did in their lives. It gives them so much pleasure. It makes the parent so blissful that they're blissfully besides themselves, like they say in English, with joyfulness, to see their children doing so well. So we're also children of Krishna, we're also children of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. They also want us to see the same thing. They want to see that we're so happy, blissfully serving 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 24/7. And it is days like this that we can sincerely pray to such wonderful devotees, such amazing, amazing personalities, that they may shower us with their mercy, so that we may follow in their footsteps and become genuinely and sincerely devoted to the blissful, loving service of Sri Krishna, the blissful, loving service of Sri Gauranga and their associates. And so today's final verses that we just read actually give us some indication, some understanding of how we can deepen our faith, how we can, in the association of all of the Vaishnavas, all of the wonderful devotees that we are so fortunate to have the association of, that we will serve each other with love and devotion and reach out to everyone so that they can also come into this wonderful family of devotees that are Krishna conscious and also relish these wonderful mellows of serving the devotees, serving the spiritual master, serving the deities associates, like that. So thank you very much. So today we're just about to make the offering of bhoga to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and then after that we'll do the Guru Puja. But I wanted to ask if, Maharaj, would you like to say something? Sure. Anybody else would like to say something? Any questions you might have? Any points you'd like to raise? I wanted to tell you a story, if you have nothing, just a story of a pastime that happened that personally deepened my faith in Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur many times over. And this story is narrated, this pastime is narrated by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And in this pastime, they'd gone to the train station to go to another location. And so, while they were at the train station, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who was a young boy at the time, young lad at the time, noticed that his father passed out. His father had passed out. And so, right from a very, very young age, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur understood that his father was a very advanced personality. So instead of reacting to it and becoming all, you know, how someone passes out, immediately it's sort of like, let's call the ambulance, let's call a doctor, let's deal with the person. He didn't do that. He just sat and waited to see what happened. So when his father came back to again, he asked him, what happened? You had passed out. He said, yeah, I had passed out. But he said, what happened was that in Brahmaloka, Lord Brahma was giving a class, and on the Bhagavad Gita, on a particular verse. And as he was speaking, the sages were sitting, because in Brahmaloka, all these personalities, amazing sages, they're very, very advanced personalities, Krishna conscious, they're very, very advanced. And when they listen to a class by anybody, there's pin drop silence. They're absorbing the knowledge, the transcendental knowledge so nicely. But he noticed, Lord Brahma noticed, that there was murmuring going on in the audience. So he realized that he had said something that might have created that murmuring, or did not say something that caused that murmuring to happen. So he stopped the class, and he realized that the audience was not satisfied with his explanation on the verse. So then he went and he called Lord Shiva from Kailash. And he asked Lord Shiva to sit on the Vyasasana and give the class on the same verse. So Lord Shiva sat on the Vyasasana and spoke. And after a while again, the audience started murmuring. So Lord Shiva realized that there is something lacking in his explanation. It's not satisfying the audience. So he got off, and the two of them conferred with one another, now what to do? Because these are the greatest personalities. So Lord Shiva said, actually, I know someone who may actually resolve this issue. And so he said, Lord Brahma, I think I'm going to go to planet Earth, and I will bring Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and ask him to give the class. So he went, and he brought Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Thakur sat on the Vyasasana and gave the class. And there was pin drop silence. Everybody was completely satisfied with his explanation on the verse. And so then he came back to planet Earth, And he told Bhaktisiddhanta that that's what had happened. So we can imagine, right, how advanced Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is, that his explanations that he gives are perfect. There's no flaw in the explanation. Yet, when you hear him describe himself, he describes himself in ways that we wouldn't describe ourselves in terms of berating ourselves. If we were berating ourselves, we wouldn't berate ourselves that much. We wouldn't say such fallen things about ourselves. But yet he does. But whenever he speaks, anything he writes, his writings are so great, I'm not surprised that Visheshak Prabhu says this so often, that no one tops the Thakur. And of course, we also know that he is also considered the seventh Goswami, because the six Goswamis are actually the most amazing personalities who decanted all of the Vedas and put them into writings so that we can understand what is Krishna consciousness and we can follow the acharyas properly, which, by the way, is the first instruction that Krishna gave Brahma when Brahma could not create. And he was asked to do tapa. Krishna would come, it was described that Krishna would come and explain to him what he had to do. And so, when Krishna came, he spoke what is called the Dasamula Tattva. And the very first verse he speaks, Lord Krishna says, you should accept Krishna consciousness according to the teachings of the Acharya. You must follow the Acharyas. And so, the six Goswamis and Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur have given us such amazing literature that allows us to understand very clearly, very, very clearly, what it means to be Krishna conscious. Just as I was reading these 13 verses, you can see how much clarity there is in Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur as to what is Krishna consciousness. Haribol, Prabhu. In our sampradaya, in the Gaudiya Vaishnava sampradaya. So we're very fortunate that we have the opportunity today to worship Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, to hear about him, to hear his instructions, and to become so amazingly rejuvenated in our Krishna consciousness, recommitted to this process really nicely. Because this world, as we know, as we can see happening all around us, is a very dangerous place. As the song says, our life is like a drop of water teetering on a leaf. Should the wind come and shake that leaf, that drop is going to fall off the leaf. And that is the security of our life. That is how much security we have in life. At any moment, death can come. At any moment, it can come. And we can see all the dangers happening around the world, how so many people are meeting sudden death, just in horrendous, horrendous ways, and normally as well, just normally passing out, enjoying themselves. You read story after story after story. People were enjoying, suddenly they died. People were suffering, suddenly they died. People were living just a normal life, suddenly they died. Somebody shot them, somebody this, somebody that, and they died. So death can come to us at any moment. And we must always, moment by moment, remind ourselves that we must recommit ourselves to this process and make the next moment better than the previous one. Make the next minute better than the previous one. Somehow or the other, understand. It's like Mother Harshavardhani was saying the other day very nicely, that when you are chanting, whatever you have chanted, let it go, but think to yourself, the next chanting that I do, the next round I will do very sincerely. I will do it with a lot of love and devotion. Okay, the one you did in the past didn't go as well. Don't too much dwell on that. Instead, dwell on the opportunity to do a good round now and make the best, like Prabhupada said, of a bad bargain. Make it happen. Fortunately, our minds are so strong, minds don't allow us so much to become fully committed 24/7 to loving devotional service of the divinely attractive couple, Shri Radha Kalachandji and their associates. But we must make that attempt. And in that way, it is always good to be in the association of devotees, and particularly senior devotees like Maharaj, so that we can remain fixed up and become more fixed up and more fixed up like that. So thank you all very much. We will do the Guru Puja now of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. As soon as the offering is done, we'll start the Guru Puja. And so I'll get up also and go and get some of the items that we've got to get for the Guru Puja. In the meantime, can we do kirtan? Somebody can lead some kirtan in the meantime, just so that we're not waiting for anything else to happen, but start with kirtan. Thank you very much. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's disappearance festival ki jai. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Tir Bhav Mahatiti ki jai. Nitai Gaur Pemanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Pachyatya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Okay, so we'll now start with the Guru Puja. Chakri Prabhu will lead the kirtan, Sai kirtan. And we have some flower petals there. If you'd like to offer flower petals to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, please do that, okay? As we normally do in a Guru Puja.
Some Sara
Yes,
prayers?
some
Two lines I always mix up when I get to Nikunja, you know. The one before that and the one after that. Somebody can have their phone here or... Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Chanaya Karunya Gana Ganatvam Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Chanaya Karunya Gana Ganatvam Praptasya Kalyana Gunana Bhatsya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vinda Praptasya Kalyana Gunana Bhatsya Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vinda Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vadita Madhyan Manasora Sena Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vadita Madhyan Manasora Sena Romancha Kampa Sutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vinda Romancha Kampa Sutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vinda Shri Vigrahara Dana Nichanana Singaratan Mandira Majanado Shri Vigrahara Dana Nichanana Singaratan Mandira Majanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Yuktasya bhaktam chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Chaturvida Sri Bhagavata Sadho Sadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangha. Chaturvida Sri Bhagavata Sadho Sadvana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangha. Hidvaiva Triptim Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Hidvaiva Triptim Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Shiradika Madhavayora Para Madhuya Lila Gunarupa Namnam. Shiradika Madhavayora Para Madhuya Lila Gunarupa Namnam. Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Nikunjayu no rati kele siraye Yayali bir yuktira pekshaniya. Nikunjayu no rati kele siraye Yayali bir yuktira pekshaniya. Tatati daksha dati balabhasya Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Tatati daksha dati balabhasya Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Chakshadari Tvena Samasta Chastaye Utastata Bhavyataye Vasadi. Chakshadari Tvena Samasta Chastaye Utastata Bhavyataye Vasadi. Kintu Prabhurya Priya Eva Tatya Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Kintu Prabhurya Priya Eva Tatya Vande Guru Sri Charanarabindam. Yatya prasadat bhagavat prasado, Yatya prasadat nagati kutopi. Yatya prasadat bhagavat prasado, Yatya prasadat nagati kutopi. Jayam Suvam Stasyaya Sati Sanyam Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Vande Guru Sri Charanaravinda. Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod, Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod, Bhakti Vinod. Jaya Bhakti Vinod, Jaya Bhakti Vinod, Bhakti Vinod, Jaya Bhakti Vinod. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivasesha Sanyavadi Hatyachari Satarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bhai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A little louder, please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A little louder, please. I can't hear you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaur. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod
Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod Bhakti Vinod Thakur Bhakti Vinod
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada
Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva
Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva
Go Premanandi Hare Hare Bo Namaste Narasimhaya Pralada Lada Dayine Hiranyakashipur Bhaktah Silatankana Kalaye Hito Nishringha Parato Nishringho Yato Yato Yamitato Nishringha Bahir Nishringho Hidaye Nishringho Nishringamadim Saranam Prapadai Nishringamadim Saranam Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Abhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nrsimha Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo. Holy Disappearance Day of His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki jai.